Hello and welcome everyone to Live at the Waterhole. It is good to have you all joining us. My name's Amy and I will be with you for the first half of the show this morning. We are starting off this morning here at Okakuya in Namibia, and it looks like a beautiful day here at this waterhole. A reminder to everyone that this is a live and interactive show, so please do send through your comments and questions. I'd love to hear from you. Let's chat, let's discuss, or just tell me what you're thinking, what you're enjoying this morning. And we are just grateful to have you here and watching with us. So you are most welcome to interact with me and see what the waterholes have to offer us on another beautiful day in the African bush.
Sind das da hinten Zebras alles oder auch nicht so? Moritz, warum soll ich denn auch nicht so?
Well, the weather is looking fine here in Namibia, but let's have a look at what the weather is doing across our other locations.
Wie würden die das nachschauen, aus meiner Perspektive?
Well, it may be clear skies over here, but there is a little bit of cooler weather all around South Africa, especially in the Lowveld today, where I am based. It is rather chilly. I had to get out my warm jacket from my storage suitcase this morning. I wasn't expecting the cooler weather, but it is a little bit chilly this morning on where I am. But what is so great about the show is that we get to travel all over the place to be able to see what's happening from Kenya to Namibia and of course right here in South Africa.
A lot of female babies and so nice. We are so happy. And then the elephant's gone and zebras come back and you say, okay, in the next 10 minutes who's coming down?
Kuyo is looking relatively busy this morning. Of course, we have seen it busier than this, but the morning's just sort of heading into the peak time where animals do head towards the water. We can see some springbok just walking here in front of us. There are a few other animals and more in the background, but we'll see perhaps slowly but surely things like zebra, gemsbok or oryx make their way towards the water a little bit later on this morning.
But dangerous. So big. Yeah, yesterday and today. But the car is stopping and you take the head down. And you couldn't see it. It was a little bit. And I laughed. We were yesterday and
Hi Mike, thank you so much for sending through your comment, and yes, absolutely, me too. I'm looking forward to seeing everything that the day holds for us today. I'm feeling like there's gonna be some ellies, I don't know, but I do hope that as it warms up a little bit, with it being cooler today, the usual places such as Jamala or Tau Lodge or wherever we head to later on, they might arrive a little bit later today just because of that cooler weather. And when it's really, really warm, we see the elephants coming down a lot earlier. So we may just have to be a bit patient, but that's all right. There's plenty of other animals to enjoy.
Yeah. Yes.
But thanks for joining us, Mike. I do hope that you enjoy the show.
So this is also okay, but it is really best thing. Also Kruger National Park. I didn't swear there, but I think so big park also.
I don't stay to Berlin. I don't stay to Berlin from here. I was talking from
Ob ihr hier direkt beschaffen oder noch so?
Yeah. No, sorry. Oh, 10 hours?
you connecting?
Yes.
Yeah, connecting in
In Frankfurt, from Frankfurt to Innsbruck, but we have to go with train from Frankfurt to Bern. 4 hours.
too slow. Train. Slow fast.
Over 100. 200, maybe 200. Oh, what's this? No, this. Oh, was ist denn das? Ja.
The Gemsbok are now coming down to the waterhole as well. And what magnificent antelope they are. The smaller ones here in the front are the springbok that I was speaking about, and there in the background, walking quite far into the water now, are the Gemsbok or oryx. I absolutely love their coloring. I think it is just one of the most beautiful that we get out in Africa. The grey, the black and the white almost looks as if they've been painted.
So I think so we have to go.
Hi, Vic. Welcome to the show. You say that you are watching from South Carolina. That is awesome. Welcome. I'm so happy that you've found the show and that you are joining us. And I really hope that you enjoy it and you get your taste of Africa for the day. Thank you, Vic.
Okay, take a nice time and be see you soon.
I feel Berlin and
Welcome to Destination Safari's WildEarth travel show that showcases safari lodges. On today's episode, we are exploring Amakala's Bush Lodge. This is a luxury 5-star bush tented camp. Luxury suites look onto an open wildlife watering hole.
all of a sudden it's time to come down for a drink for all these animals. It's wonderful to see them all approaching, and slowly but surely this waterhole is getting busier and busier. Hi, Erin. I agree with you absolutely. It's wonderful to see Ukulu this busy. It doesn't happen all the time, so it's really special that we have this camera here and that we can check in and watch these animals starting to come down. I think there are some zebra in the background as well that may approach a little bit later on. But it is such a unique waterhole for so many reasons, and it is so wonderful to just be able to see the animals that do live in this area in Namibia and watch how they interact and what they do and how they behave around the water. Seems to be something spooked them there on the left hand side. Oh, well, there we go. Now we know what it was. There's some bellies, everyone. This is fantastic. We don't always see elephants here every day. So let's enjoy. Looks like a breeding herd. A few little ones here and there as well. So let's enjoy watching them coming to have a drink at the waterhole. Hi, Janet. Thank you for your question. You want to know what is the largest elephant herd that I've seen? I think probably the biggest group of elephants I've seen all together was probably about 80 or so. It was there's a park in South Africa called Addo Elephant National Park, and there's a particular waterhole that if you strike, you get your timing right, Janet, you can see feels like all the elephants in the park come down at once and to drink water, and that was probably about I would say 8 or so, between 80 and 100 elephants all together at once. It's funny because you see the elephant here and you think, oh wow, that's a lot of elephants. And it is. If you actually count individuals, maybe I'll do that, you probably end up with maybe about 50, maybe 40 or so. Just because they're so huge. They take up a lot more space. This is incredible. For the time that I've been watching Kikuyu on Live at the Waterhole, I've seen maybe a group of 3 to 4 at least come down at one time, have a little drink and move off. But this is just wonderful, really. This is so special to see us here. It's my first time seeing a real proper herd, if I can put it that way, of elephants coming down to drink here. This is the best part, really. You see these babies having some full on fast and something like that is just absolutely amazing. Something new for me. So this is wonderful to share this with you, and I hope that you are enjoying it.
Step into a world of discovery as you join Eco Training's renowned courses in the heart of Kenya's Masai Mara. These courses are the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to experience the wild in a meaningful and life-changing way. Enroll today and embark on a transformative journey with eco-training in Kenya's Masai Mara, the leading force in conservation education.
It is interesting to notice now that those elephants have moved away, how quickly the antelopes return to the waterhole. And it is that classic story that we tell about the waterhole in terms of size matters and the what I like to call respect between animals in terms of size, and no one was going to stick around while those elephants were coming towards the water. They are bigger, they are stronger, and even though they would not hurt or harm a antelope like a springbok or impala, in terms of hunting them or anything like that, just because of their size, the antelope know that they need to move out the way to let the elephants have their time. And as soon as they were done, the majority of them then returned. The zebra I was talking about as well are now approaching from the right-hand side for their time to drink. So this is just fantastic, everyone. Really, I know I've said it already, but it's not that common that we get Waterhole so busy. So really taking in the whole beautiful scene here in Namibia. The zebras are now coming more and more, so numbers are increasing there as well. Seems to be 2 other antelope. I'm not sure if those are Kempsbok as well or kudus just to the left of the zebra, but they are also having a drink now. I'm also keeping my eyes open for any sort of birds of prey that might make an appearance. That's always a treat to be able to spot at the waterholes. Something like a tawny eagle, which is the biggest brown eagle that you can see here. They do often also come down for a bit of a drink and a preen every now and again. I can see a blacksmith lapwing there just to sort of in between the 2 groups of impala on the water's edge. Very much almost, I would say, a given at a waterhole. You will see a blacksmith lapping around. It is also time where they would be having little eggs or a little nest, which is really just a scrape in the ground. It's quite unbelievable to actually see. with the way this one is behaving, there's nothing close by. They are extremely protective, those little black and white birds there. And so they would definitely not let anything accidentally stand on their eggs. So that one's looking very relaxed there, just next to the water, feeding. But it's amazing if we look just above, around sort of the greyish rock. Apologies for a bit of audio breakup there, everyone. But I was just saying, if we look at those rocks, how many more animals they actually are moving around. See that the springboks are still at the water. The impalas have moved off a little bit. Some of them, I'm not actually sure where they are. But the zebras are moving. There's some birds flying in and out. I wonder if those are crows that are coming down. It's difficult to see the detail now, but we'll just keep checking if it's maybe a starling or a crow that keeps on flying above the animals. Hi, Lizzie. Thanks for your question. It's a good one, actually. It's an interesting point that we can discuss as to why the zebras and the springboks are so relaxed with one another. And Lizzie, basically, what it comes down to is the fact that these animals aren't competitors, or not only that, but also that they aren't, one isn't the prey species of another. So they don't hunt each other. Both springboks and zebras are herbivores. They'll be eating things like grass. And so between the two of them, the one isn't a threat to the other one. And therefore, there's no reason for them to fight with one another or to not get along. In fact, we actually often see groupings of mixed herds between zebra and other antelope, impala, springbok, even wildebeest, all hanging out together or in a similar area without actually having direct competition for one another. So, in an area where there's enough food to go around, there's enough water, there would be no reason for them to not get along with one another. It's lovely to see the variety of species here today, everybody, to be able to have different antelope species as well as zebra and, of course, those elephants. How lucky were we a little bit earlier? So it just speaks to the diversity that is actually around here, even though it does look quite dry around. There is that tree line in the background. And so there are plenty of animals around that are able to come and get water here. And water is life, as they say. So in terms of being able to see the animals, the best chance associating yourself with water is always a good idea. All right, well, we have had a fantastic start here at Okakuyo, but I'm sure we might be back a little bit later. But for now, we are going to head over to South Africa to Jamala. Same but different, isn't it? I'm really enjoying the new position of this camera at this waterhole. Just a little bit more height. We're able to have just a different viewpoint, which is opening up a lot more of the waterhole to us, which is fantastic. So we have a group of wildebeest right closest to the camera, a few impala in between, and then the zebra, which are slowly approaching. I think they may be thirsty, but as ever, they are cautious and waiting for someone to be brave enough to head towards the water, and then I'm sure that they will follow. This waterhole is always so extremely busy with elephants most of the time. So to see it so quiet is actually, I can't believe it. But like I said right in the beginning, it is a bit of a cooler day today. which does make sense as to why it is a bit quieter, but it also does give these other animals a bit of a chance. Usually it is so busy that they really have to sneak in and out between the elephants to be able to get some water. So now we can see them feeling a lot more, having a lot more space, let me say it that way, to be able to come down to get some water and then go off and feed or whatever they would choose to do today.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So, with the weather being what it is today across certain locations, specifically here at Madikwe Game Reserve, we can see the sun isn't so bright. It's a little bit cooler. The wind is blowing, and that makes all animals a lot more aware, alert, very sensitive to their surroundings. Because with that wind gusting like that, you can imagine if you're relying on your senses to help keep you safe and to be aware of what's going on, then it does compromise you in some ways. And often things like leopards and lions may use that to their advantage because the animal's senses are compromised. So you can even see the zebras, the way they were approaching the water was a little bit more cautious, checking all the time, just making sure that they're not missing anything. And also the association. So we were actually speaking about why the springbok and the zebras weren't, fighting. And I mentioned how they do actually associate with one another. So even though they're within their groups, we've got zebras at the back, koalas in the middle, and wildebeest here closest to the camera. They are all together in one area. And that has to do with, more eyes the better, as it were. There's more individual species looking out for different things, especially on a day like today why not be closer by to your fellow animals who are also possibly on the menu for some of the predators in the area. So it's a bit of a safety thing. Because of the temperature today, I did say earlier about the fact that we haven't seen an elephant here at Jamala, which was quite a new thing to see the last few days and weeks. And we've just, it's endless elephants, but the weather does have a massive impact on animal behavior, everybody. And something like an elephant, it comes to the water for a few different reasons. Firstly, to get water, elephants must drink every day in order to be at their best. Part of just their body that needs to function, as well as their digestive system and all sorts of things. Buffalo even more so rely even more heavily on water for their digestion, and so that is why we still may see elephants come to drink, but they may just drink and move off. Whereas the last few days, on the hotter days that we've been able to be at this waterhole, we've seen herds of elephants. They're not only here for a drink, they're here for hours on end to splash themselves, to have a mud bath. Where we speak about visiting. Well, the first elephants have arrived, everyone. Like I was saying, I do apologize that I went disappeared for a little bit, but we are just trying to sort out some audio issues. So I do apologize for that, everyone. But like I said, here come the first few elephants just for a little drink of water. And so today, I don't think we're going to see these elephants hang around for hours like we normally do, everybody. And that is because it is a lot cooler today. There's really no reason for them to get their bodies completely full of mud and water, as that has to do with keeping themselves cool. And when it is cooler, of course, then they just need some water. And so throughout the morning or the rest of my time with you and the afternoon session, we may see a few elephants come in, have a drink, and then move off. But that behavior that we have been seeing of, the mud being thrown. Oh, elephant's just having a look at that wildebeest. It's not too sure. Um, anyway, the mud splashing and wallowing and swimming, and that we've become accustomed to the elephants here at Jamala is something that we probably won't be seeing today. Yes, Fiona, I absolutely agree with you. The high view, it just adds another dimension, doesn't it? It was something new for me last week when I came back to the Waterhole show, and it was a most welcomed surprise. What this high view does give us is the ability to see on the opposite side of the Waterhole a lot better. When it was lowered down, we really could only focus on what was nearest to the camera, and sometimes the animals would block the ones on the far side. So this is what I am also enjoying about this higher position of the camera now.
Are you scared of the dark? Bats? Spiders? Hold on to your broomsticks because this spooky season, we are keeping it real with our Halloween fireside chat. Join us as we get dressed up and debunk myths behind some of our seemingly scary safari friends. Catch the thrills and chills this Halloween. Bugs and Hisses. WildEarth.
Well, there we go, everybody. Those elephants have moved away, and now we are left with a group of wildebeest and some zebra as well, coming across this open patch between the lodge and the waterhole. I see quite a few rounded tummies on these wildebeest. I think that there are quite a few females which are pregnant at the moment. And things like, even the zebra actually on the right looks like it has a very round tummy. All right, well, we are going to keep an eye on Jamala, see if anything else does come down. But for now, we are going to head back over to Okukuyo.
Could do the big ears. Maybe they could. No, I don't think. No, have a look. Have a look. They look like kiddies. Not eland. Kiddies. The eland are over there. Oh, they're kiddies.
Well, it is still busy here, everyone, but it looks like the wildebeest are now coming down to the water, which is something new for us today here at Okukuyo.
It's amazing how they sort of stay together. There's a community.
And you just reduce, just stays there, doesn't move it.
Well, it's not in any danger. Okay.
Hi, Ina. Wow, that is fantastic. You say you were actually here at this waterhole 4 weeks ago, and you said it was the best ever. Well, that is so cool that you actually were able to come and visit Okukuyo yourself. I'm sure seeing it in real life is just unbelievable. But how lucky were you? That is amazing. I hope one day that I'm able to see it for myself and actually visit this amazing place. But for now, this is a very good second.
I would one of these. I'll just stay here all day because
Maybe it's
I
no food
feel
there.
quite safe.
There's no food. Balance out food and water.
I'd ask someone to bring it to me.
But I reckon there's so many animals in this area that there's no food for 10K.
But this filter's pumpkin. So it's
Yeah,
a bit of an
probably.
artificial, it's like being in a zoo in a way. Right? It's not like going to Mandalay or Itaha.
You can hear some faint calls of zebra in the background.
Big as cougar.
I know it.
Just that inch They have created these waterholes.
So it's an artificial environment.
I think what fascinates me personally the most with the different locations that we are able to visit through Live at the Waterhole, even though they each have their own, how do I put this, personality and different characteristics that make them completely unique from other places, they all still have the same thread that runs through them, and it's the animals, it's the peace, it's the the tranquility of the area, seeing animals in their natural habitats behaving as they do, and us getting this little glimpse into their lives.
Is an elephant.
Basically.
No, it's not. Just looks so big on the horizon.
Hi, Tiny Frog. You want to know if there are any aquatic animals in there? It's an interesting question. Yes, there would be, little sort of, that's actually what that blacksmith lapwing is feeding on, little invertebrates, things that move around, insects and that sort of thing that actually are aquatic insects like that. But things like hippos, crocodiles, no, we wouldn't have those animals in the water here at the moment. There are things like in the summertime, of course, frogs and things like that that are present. But I'll have to check specifically with this habitat tiny frog if there's any other maybe specialist little aquatic creatures. So let me have a look that up and see if we can learn anything about the aquatic creatures in more of the desert environment, because of course it is very different to that of more in the area like the Lowveld or even Madikwe, which is sort of a crossover zone between desert and savanna in some respects. So let me see if I can find anything more out for you, Tiny Frog, because that's an interesting question. But I do know that there are little aquatic insects and things like that, which would definitely be present.
Whether you're a retiree, a recent graduate, or a professional seeking a change, the 55-day eco-training program is for you. With the coaching of experienced training guides, you'll embark on an unforgettable adventure that will give you a deep understanding of wildlife, conservation, and African cultures. If you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code, you'll receive 2,000 Rand off.
Well, I am really enjoying being at Okokoyo today. I'm so happy that we're getting to spend so much time here. It's not so often that we get to have this many animals. We've even got what looks like some kudu on the far side drinking, so that's at least 4 different species of antelope that we've seen here, zebras, deers, all of those as well. So it's been a wonderful morning. I particularly enjoy seeing the springbok wade right into the water to drink. The zebra do it, the gemsbok do it. They all really go quite far in and cool down, not only to drink. Of course, it makes it easy, I suppose, if the water is at mouth level to just scoop some up. I've also just noticed how still everything is here. At Jamala, we heard that very strong wind coming over the microphone, and even here further to the eastern side where I am in Lowveld, there's a very strong wind outside. But here, just have a look at that water, everyone. It's like a mirror. That's how still it is. The trees aren't moving. We don't have any sort of sound coming through on the ambient mic that can pick up any sort of harsh wind, which is interesting because just the other day we had almost a dust storm come through here in Okokoyo, and we couldn't even see anything. That's how much dust was being blown around in front of the camera. So it just goes to show how weather does change and also impact, of course, the behavior of animals. They, of course, are much more accustomed and sensitive to weather conditions than us. We've got shelter to find within 4 walls to keep the elements at bay. that these animals have to adapt and survive through it all. Hi, Laura. Absolutely. It is so relaxing, and just being able to, even wherever you are, whether it's at home or work, or lots of people I know put the show on in the background just to have a beautiful scene that they can have a look at in their lounge, or perhaps in the background at work or something like that. And it is very relaxing. It just makes one very calm, I think, Laura. I think you'd agree with me in saying that. You pick up all the sounds sometimes of the springboks moving, or the animals through the water, zebras calling, birds calling. And I think it's the pace at which the animals move which impacts us so much. They're not rushing around for anything. They're not worrying about the cares that we have in our lives. Things are much simpler, isn't it? And so it also takes you to a place that is calm and focused on nature, which is always so special. As it reaches the more warm part of the day, now heading to midday almost exactly here in Namibia. And actually the hottest time of the day, usually coming in summer anyway, towards around 2 p.m. or so. Sometimes that's about the max temperature that we reach. You'll see the animals slowly start to find shade. So now they're drinking, they're cooling down, getting their bellies nice and wet, and slowly but surely start to move off and then seek shade, maybe start to ruminate, depending on what type of animal they are, of course. Otherwise, just to maybe lay down, rest a bit like zebra, they wouldn't be ruminating, but like the impala would be. So it's interesting to learn from these animals and watch them and see how their day progresses in comparison to ours. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next hour or two we actually see this waterhole quieten down a little bit more. We may see some more elephants come to drink. They do tend to drink, come to, like we saw this morning, there may be another herd that passes through for water. Otherwise, once again, later towards the end of the day, when it cools down again and animals are ready to move. All right, everyone. Well, very soon we are going to have African joining into our feeds. So get ready while we get that set for you all. And here we are at our lunch with our first African man. We are so lucky to have these feeds, everybody, and it really does add so much to the show. Just looking there, it looks like a wildebeest that's lying down. But I'm just trying to determine if that is a carcass or if it's just a resting animal. Alright, I've just got confirmation that it is a carcass. Well, this is new for me to see this, so very cool, everyone. There's nothing around at the moment, but definitely something to keep our eyes on as to what comes to feed on the carcass. Even something like vultures would be fantastic to be able to see here. All right, so just some info. I believe this wasn't here on yesterday's show. So it's something that actually happened during the night. It's difficult to get a read on exactly how much of this carcass is left, or what killed it or took it down, or if whatever has finished feeding on it. But definitely looks like a wildebeest, although you may think buffalo, those horns are quite thin, and just the general size gives me the impression of a wildebeest. So yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on this, because this is something that could be absolutely fascinating in terms of scavengers, maybe hyena, jackals, and like I said, of course, vultures. It does look quite flat, although the head is still there. It looks like the front left shoulder, but quite a lot of that may just be the hide, or the covering, what we call the skin of the animal is the hide, with the fur on the outside, or hair on the outside. So a lot of that meat might have already actually been eaten by whatever killed it. Fascinating stuff, everybody. This is why we love these Africans, and being able to keep tabs on what happens at the Waterhole, and everything from birth to death, I suppose, can be captured. So here we have the one extreme on the spectrum. But I will see if there is any more info that we can get on exactly what happened here, in terms of if anything else was seen by those who do keep tabs on these African, if it was picked up at all. Could, of course, not necessarily be something that was hunted. It could be natural caused death in some ways. We can't be 100% sure of that. So it's not always that, let's say, lions took down the wildebeest. It could have, there's a chance of disease or old age, or even maybe something like a snake bite. All right, so just a little bit of info that I was able to get for everyone to know what happened there. Apparently, it was seen that brown hyenas, which I actually haven't seen yet on the cameras, but how cool that they do occur here, and that we may be able to see one. With it being cooler weather as well, those chances do increase for us to be able to see something like a brown hyena. We're feeding on it over the night, and as well as jackals. Like I said, those would be the two things I would expect to see. And then crows as well have been flying down and grabbing some tidbits. So interesting stuff, everybody. Wow. Well, this is going to be fantastic for not only for me now, but for the next sessions coming up this afternoon as well as tomorrow, to actually follow a bit of a story here and see what happens to this carcass. See, the grey heron is still sitting tight where we usually see it. And there's also a waterbuck feeding on some of these lovely fresh green shoots. See if we can spot a croc as well. They usually are around here as well. That grey heron looks like it's really trying to keep warm. Its head's tucked in, it's puffed up its feathers a little bit. So with this heron sitting like this, you don't actually see it, but it actually has a very long neck, everyone. And that's what's forming that bit of a bulge under the neck. It's actually under the head, sorry, is the neck. So if it were to, launch its head forward to grab a fish or a frog, something like that, that neck would extend out a fair length. Alright, let's see if we can spot anything else around here. There is, of course, a clapping and crocodile. That was very well camouflaged. Wow, I didn't even see that until we zoomed in. It just shows you that coloration is unbelievable. I'm sure this crocodile is hoping for it to get a little bit warmer and soak up as much possible heat as it can. Of course, with a crocodile being a reptile, it needs to get the energy from the sun and absorbs that into its skin to warm up its blood. Now, on a day like today, when it is quite overcast and we're not getting too much heat through the cloud cover, this crocodile is not going to have too much energy to do much. So of course, he will just be there. He or she, I'm not sure. It's for me, I can't tell. It's almost impossible to tell the difference between male or female, other than if you see them with baby crocodiles or not. Which could be soon. We could be seeing some baby crocodiles towards sort of the end December, January time, which is so wonderful to actually see a mother croc with its babies. So we'll keep our eyes open if there are any little ones that do make an appearance towards midsummer. But like I was saying, with it being so cool, we won't be seeing this croc doing very much of anything.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
And of course, still Egyptian geese around as usual. They are never not here, as far as from my experience. There's also a little plover there, everyone. Ooh, it is very well camouflaged. But there's a fallen over tree right sort of in the middle of the screen, and it's moving back and forth just on the bank of the water. Most likely to be a three-banded plover. I have seen them here before. But overall, you can see how much the weather actually does play a part, everybody. Just because it is a lot cooler, we have seen a lot fewer animals around, particularly in the South African locations where there is a little bit of a cold front that's passing through the country at the moment. And so we just have, less animals needing to cool down or needing as much water as they would in the heat that summer does bring. So it's interesting to be able to see those differences as well. I do see some legs of something in the background. Looks like some sort of hoofed animal. Oh, I think it may be a waterbuck actually, everyone. Yes, there we go. Will be interesting to get a bit of a pan around the waterhole just to check if there's anything else that we can see there. We have a young male waterbuck moving across. I say young male because those horns aren't quite as big as they can get. Of course, with waterbuck, only the males do have horns, so we know straight away that this is a male. But in a fully grown mature male, those horns would almost, be maybe 1.5 times bigger than what we see now, just a little bit taller, more curved. They lean a little bit forward. So he still has some growing to do. There may be a few more males dotted around. We can't see them at the moment, but perhaps on a bigger, wider view, there may be one. And they do tend to associate a few males together sometimes, but not unusual to see this younger male on his own here. I do apologize for the little bit of shaking on the camera, everyone, but I do think that is the wind that is just moving the camera that is at Tower Lodge. There we go, everyone. There is a jackal. I was hoping we'd maybe be able to see something like that. If we can keep panning to the left, we might be able to see it go and try and grab a little bit of the carcass there. My immediate impression was I did see a bit of a side stripe on that jackal, which is a different species from what you may usually see, which is the black-backed. So it is a second species of jackal that we do specifically actually see a lot more in the drier areas such as Madikwe. So I'm sure that jackal is making its way back to that wildebeest carcass and trying to maybe grab a little bit of a takeaway. Yeah, so there's the carcass and there's the jackal, everyone.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
This is just so cool, everyone, really. I mean, it's not every day that we have a carcass on camera with a jackal feeding. So it does look like there is still some meat left on this carcass, everyone. And jackal is getting stuck in there. Yes, James, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you. This is incredible. I did not expect to see this today. I know that we often say it here in the bush, but you never know what's going to happen, and it's what keeps us coming back for more every day. We don't know what the bush is going to hold for us, whether you are out on safari or even tuning into the Waterhole, different locations, different days. The bush has a way of surprising you, and this is just one of these things that keeps us coming back for more. So it's going to be so cool to sit here and watch. In a few minutes, or in about 15 minutes or so, I'm going to hand over to Liam, who'll be taking over from me, and I'm sure that he as well is going to be just as excited about seeing this, and fingers crossed that maybe we'll even be able to see a brown eye hyena on the show, if not this afternoon, maybe even coming around tomorrow during the show. I'll be back here as well tomorrow for the morning session. So it's exciting times. It really is. It's something that, like I say, we don't get to see all that often, even whether you on safari or watching the Waterhole. A carcass so nicely in the open like this is not something we see every day. So we really are very, very lucky, everybody. I'm still not exactly sure how this wildebeest came to be here. As I did mention, there are a few different possibilities, but we do know that there were brown hyenas and jackals feeding on it overnight. That was picked up by the camera, so we will just enjoy it for what it is here. Hopefully we see maybe even another jackal come into the picture. Also trying to feed. Yes, Victor, absolutely. He is getting all up in there. Really, that the way their heads are shaped really does allow them for their snout to be able to, go quite far in and be able to rip off chunks of meat. It's the way they've adapted to do what they do. They of course do hunt, but they are also classified as scavengers to an extent. So definitely eating the remains of carcasses or leftovers, as well as, hunting for things like rodents, etc. But he's obviously got a nice juicy spot there that he is now digging into. Sometimes we actually forget how much work and effort it takes to feed on a carcass. These animals have very strong skin, hides, as we refer to them. That meat, it's full of muscle, it's attached to bone. It's not like they have nice steak knife to be able to the meat nicely for them. So it is something that takes a lot of energy just in itself to eat meat from a carcass like this. It takes a while for them to actually use their specialized teeth to rip off chunks of meat and then actually eventually be able to get a bite. Hi, Nikki. Yes, that is one of the things I love as well. Our bird calls in the background. You can definitely hear blacksmith lapwing making its little tick, tick, tick noises. And especially now as we head into the summertime with the migrants coming back, migrant birds, there are just so many more bird calls to be heard and enjoyed out here in the African bush. It's interesting to note how these other animals, the zebra, the other wildebeest that came past, don't seem too perturbed by the carcass. being there with the jackal around feeding. It's difficult to gauge the actual distance, from that carcass to where these animals are. But I suppose it might be further than what it looks like on the camera. So, these animals seem very calm. They don't seem rattled or anything like that. There's also been quite a few waterbuck that have now passed by the area and don't really seem to be paying much attention to this carcass and the jackal that's feeding on it.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more, and I saw that Eco Training Pridelands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year. There's just so much out there to learn and to experience.
Sign up for an Eco Training digital course today with the promo code to receive 200 Rand off.
Just thinking now about the story that unfolded here throughout the early hours of this morning, or maybe the very late hours of last night. What played out here, what actually happened. And it's interesting to try and think of the different scenarios. But what we do know for sure is that there is a jackal right now that is feeding on what looks like the hindquarters of this. I do think it is a wildebeest. Just also what's giving me a clear sign is that just above the jackal's head there's a bit of a hair that's running across the top of the back, which is a clear sign of something that wildebeest have. Well, I've really enjoyed this morning session of the Waterhole with everyone. It has been fantastic. I think besides this, of course, being an obvious highlight, starting off the day and spending that time at Okukuyo was wonderful. That herd of Ellies that came down, really not just a few, but I think between 30 and 40 of them that came down. We saw those animals get a bit spooked. We wondered why. And then the first elephant made its appearance, which was so cool to see. And they came down, had a lovely drink of water. Not only that, but they started to have a bit of a swim as well. So that was my first time seeing that at Okukuyo, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that this morning, everyone. This grey heron has decided to make a move. It was sitting very still up against the bank, apologies. But now it has started, maybe it's feeling a little bit hungry, needing to start looking for something to eat. You can just see the wind blowing now through its feathers as well as on top of the water. But watch how it moves, everyone. So precise, so calculated, lifting up its legs so carefully, placing it down again, trying to limit the impact of its movement so that should anything come swimming by, it will be able to pounce. Maybe that isn't the correct word to use, pounce, but it'll be able to use its beak to fish for it. And there's that neck I was talking about. Remember earlier we saw it, but we couldn't see the whole neck. It was sort of tucked away completely. It looked like it was necklace. But now that it's moving again, you can just see actually how long that neck is of this heron. I've decided to move off. But it has been an awesome first half of the show, everyone. Thank you for joining me. And we'll be back. Looking forward to seeing what unfolds here at Town Lodge, particularly at this carcass. Liam will be taking over from me shortly, and I'm sure he's also going to be excited to see what we have here at the Waterhole today. And good luck to you all for the afternoon. I hope that something else does make its way towards the carcass. It's very exciting. But once again, you have all been fantastic. Thank you for your comments, for your questions. We do really appreciate it. And like I said, I will be back tomorrow. So please do make sure you stay tuned. The show is not ending. It will continue all the way until 3 p.m. where we will go straight into your live sunset safari. But from me, I wish you all a wonderful rest of the show, and I will be back with you tomorrow.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Coming to you from a very chilly looking Tau Lodge in Madikwe. My name is Liam Burrow and I am the slightly chilly naturalist that's going to be chatting to you through the second half of Live at the Waterhole for this afternoon. What a pleasure. I hope wherever you are out there, and if you are in South Africa, that you're wrapped up nice and warm today. It is pretty frosty. I believe the temperature in Madikwe is not forecast to get above sort of the late teens, perhaps the very early 20s, with quite a bit of wind and some drizzle on and off. Yeah, it is a frosty day indeed. But as is so often the case, there is still life out there. Kicking things off here this afternoon at Tau, a couple of Egyptian geese. We've seen a bit of activity from some herd animals, some waterbuck, a couple of zebra. It promises to be an interesting afternoon nonetheless. I don't believe we're going to be seeing so many wallowing elephants though. Ellies still need to do quite a bit of drinking, regardless of cool temperatures. So we may get some herds coming down, but I have a feeling it's going to be slightly on the quieter side in terms of the very big stuff. But let's see how it goes. These Egyptian geese, which are actually reckoned to be closer relatives of ducks, they're very, very big ducks, are actually predominantly herbivorous. So as they sort of scoot their bills through this shallower water, they are theoretically more after things like vegetation than insects or little fish. But I'm sure a tasty bug will supplement their protein intake nicely once in a while. Definitely a very grey, a cloudy scene in Madikwe this morning, or this afternoon. But we'll continue to keep scanning, keep our eyes open. You just never know what you're actually going to see out there. A big flock of helmeted guinea fowl right on that tree line. A couple of impala. There certainly is life out there. We do have a wildebeest carcass right in the center of the frame there. Looks like quite a large wildebeest bull, which had a side-striped jackal feeding on it just moments ago. He does seem to have made an exit though, at least for now. But yeah, what actually happened here does seem to be a bit of a mystery. I would expect that if it was a kill made by a pride of lions, there probably wouldn't be quite so much left. And we'd expect to have these lions lounging around or perhaps around the water somewhere. So I wonder if this wildebeest didn't just naturally expire. Just passed away as the end of his life came. Yeah, relatively common at this time of the year with very, very dry conditions, limited availability of grass, to see some of the older examples of some of the herbivores just sort of passing away. But nature is pretty incredible. Absolutely nothing will go to waste. I believe there have been reports of not only the side-striped jackals, but possibly brown hyena coming through the nighttime hours. So the big carnivores will eat all of the meat. There's a whole host of insect decomposers which will take care of a lot of the other stuff. Now, there's even a species of moth that will slowly decompose the keratinous horn coatings that are on this wildebeest's horns. So how's that for efficiency? Yeah, there's perhaps some lessons in there for human society. We are so notoriously wasteful in our sort of consumption of things, our use of resources. We could take a leaf out of nature's book in a lot of cases, I think. And ultimately, it's quite nice. The circle of life has just sort of completed itself. If you think about it, this wildebeest took from this environment its entire life. It consumed water, it consumed grass, it built whatever, a couple of 100 kgs of bulk. And right now, at the end, it's giving all of those resources, all the minerals, all the nutrients back to the environment from which it came. Yeah, it's sort of a completion.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Yeah, apologies for a little bit of shudder on the camera. I think the lens is just being caught by the breeze occasionally. And it is sort of exacerbated a little bit when we do zoom all the way in. But yeah, all part and parcel of trying to operate these cameras remotely and in very remote parts of Africa. Cool. Well, I think time now to check out something slightly more lively looking. Let's head to Okakoyo and see what's happening up there. So Okakoyo, right on the southern boundary of Etosha, right up in the north of Namibia, is looking much more pleasant this morning. Quite warm. It doesn't quite look like the cold front that much of South Africa is experiencing at the moment has made it all the way up here just yet. Now, whether it will at all, I'm not sure. And once again, Namibia is pretty famous for being very, very hot and quite dry. So I think much of that front will probably have lost its energy, lost its momentum long before it gets up here. But we'll see. And Namibia does on occasion get rain, but again, it is one of the driest places, certainly in sub-Saharan Africa. Thankfully, many of the resident animals here are very well conditioned, very well adapted to a life virtually independent of water. Obviously, though, as in the case of this Okakoyo waterhole, if water is provided, they will certainly take the opportunity to have a drink. And quite large groups of springbok, of southern oryx, and by the looks of it, very, very big groups of zebra coming down through the afternoon. So yes, a very hot day indeed. I've just checked the weather in Etosha. It is apparently around 36, 37 degrees Celsius at the moment. So that is significantly more than much of South Africa at the moment. And Nelspruit, my home where I am at the moment in South Africa's northeast, is probably only about 12 degrees Celsius. It is absolutely freezing. By our standards anyway, particularly for this time of the year. This is sort of at the very end of spring, kind of moving into summer. It should be cooking hot. And there's actually forecast for snow across some of the higher reaches of the Lowveld, the kind of part of the country where I live. So yeah, absolutely bizarre. Thankfully, though, we have some very varied feeds to check, some wonderful different locations. So even if the really chilly weather is pulling a bit of a handbrake up on some of our South African feeds, we can always swap between these beautiful locations. Kikoyo, Oldonyo in Kenya. And again, something to keep in mind that even though it's pretty chilly, we might not be seeing so many wallowing elephants and things like that, much of the wildlife still has to come in and have a drink. Even with the wind gusting and a bit of drizzle falling in some of the other spots, those physiological needs still call. A very pregnant looking female springbok in the bottom left there. Daniel, to my knowledge, this pan is indeed pumped. So, yeah, it's on quite a busy tourist route. Yeah, it's sort of a bit of an ethical question whether to provide water for wildlife in these wilderness areas or not. If we were to look at it in a purely sort of ecologically minded sense, we have to let nature just take its course. Let water fall where it may, and yeah, sort of leave the animals to it. But on the other edge of that sword, the human world has really, really changed many of these landscapes and the areas surrounding them in recent decades, with border fences coming up, highways all over the place, electric fences preventing the greater movements of many of these species. And we do have some responsibility then to provide resources. There isn't a whole lot of water at all, though, in this area. So this is a real oasis that brings in herds from miles around. And we've been really fortunate, for those of you who are perhaps new to the Live at the Waterhole show, we've actually been seeing a large herd of desert-adapted elephants. A very, very, very rare thing in these sort of areas. I'm coming down at sort of roughly this time, maybe more close to about 2 o'clock. On most of the afternoons I've been doing this. So we'll see. I wonder if they'll come in again. They're almost certainly on their way. But yeah, for now it's looking like predominantly just game species, plains game species. So Zulu in our control office, or our control room in Rivonia, just passed me a message to say Bundu Bash has let us know that Harry Smith in South Africa is covered in snow. So yeah, that is pretty wild. Again, a massive cold front blown up from the South Atlantic, making landfall on the coast of South Africa yesterday sometime. Whoa! What's happening, guys? Yeah, bringing some really freezing weather. It's a jackal. Jackal running in there on the left. There is a little bit of a delay in the kind of movement to the camera here. Hopefully we can zoom in there eventually before that jackal runs away. But we'll see what we can do. It is almost certainly a black-backed jackal, the most dominant species in this area, and that is a different species to the side striped jackal that we've been seeing around Tower Lodge on that wildebeest carcass. Incredible how all of those springbok and certainly the plain zebra as well reacted so negatively to that jackal arriving. They were not keen to stick around. Jackals are omnivores and very, very opportunistic little feeders on various things, from insects to carrion, dead meat, fruit, and they are actually pretty effective hunters as well, especially of smaller game species, smaller antelope, hares, birds, that sort of thing. Somebody that I worked with witnessed 2 jackals. It's just going out of frame there. 2 jackals in a part of the Greater Kruger actually running down a male impala. Yeah, there is a massive delay. So that is, it's going to be a bit of a mission to try and get a view of that jackal, but we did at least see it. I think he had a very, very quick drink. He possibly also used the opportunity to test that herd of springbok. When a carnivore sort of gets them all to just go bolting off like that. Oh, there he is. Nice. He can check that herd quite nicely for any stragglers, any springbok that are perhaps limping. Maybe the presence of any very newborn lambs. Now these springbok watch him. Now that he's sort of lost the element of surprise, I think they're realizing that he's not much of a threat. But certainly that typical canine shape causing some conflict. Pied Crow was also quite keen to come in and have a look. Yeah, still sort of comfortable, but also not trusting him at the same time. Candace, definitely a crazy, that sort of reverberation, or canvas, I'm sorry, that reverberation through that herd. Again, it pays to have sharp senses out here, and also pays to travel in numbers. Essentially, if you miss something, but you're traveling with 60 or 70 other sets of eyes, then there's a good chance that somebody else will spot it, and everybody will get the message. Starbuck, good afternoon, and nice to have you on board with us again. The whitish stuff in the background there is actually calcrete. So calcrete is a type of rock, and certainly leads to a type of soil. They're very high in concentrations of sodium and minerals, but the makeup of it is reckoned to contain lots of chalk. And chalk hints at the fact that this was possibly, oh, Jackal's still here in the left-hand sort of side of the screen there. Hints at the fact that this was probably a lake bed, or possibly even the sea floor some millions of years ago. That white stuff being made up of the bodies, the kind of petrified bodies of a lot of shellfish, little sea creatures, that sort of thing. It does lead to very, very sodic soils, so soils that are very high in sodium, which can limit the availability of grass. Still, though, there will be a few hardy species of plants with the arrival of a bit of rainfall, and that will blossom up. Lots of sort of perennial wildflowers, that sort of thing as well. Yeah, it's amazing how these areas can be quite transformed by a little drop of rain.
Are you in search of a unique, unforgettable adventure in the wild? Imagine living with the animals you see on TV while getting an inside look at how a live safari TV show operates. We're thrilled to offer this experience through our 7, 14 and 28-day EcoCam experiences. To book your spot, visit wildearth.tv/EcoCam. Come and join us for the bush experience of a lifetime.
Couple of wildebeest coming charging in from the right there. Now once again these are blue wildebeest, all in a nice line right down to the water's edge. Thirsty wildies. Now it's tough to say how far they've actually travelled from wherever they've been grazing. I would think the wildebeest, the springbok, and the oryx and the zebra have all been in more or less the same place. But they could be travelling quite some distance, many miles, to get down here to the water every day, at least once. Now it is a land of absolute extremes. Some of the highest temperatures on the entire continent have been recorded in the area. The high 40s are not out of the question for sort of midsummer in Etosha. You've got to be a very tough entity to survive out here at all. And nature routinely tests its inhabitants, ensuring that the wildlife is sort of kept strong. I've just been sent through a text from sort of the people doing the controlling at WildEarth, from Nancy Wiedeberg, asking me, Nancy, you've said you would like to visit South Africa, Johannesburg /Welgevonden for a safari in January. You have a bit of a doubt though because of the stories about thunderstorms and lightning. And Nancy, I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Certainly sort of December, January, February is the height of our wet season. But it's a pretty wonderful time to be out in the bush. Certainly as far as I'm concerned, it is the best time of year to be out. It is definitely a bit hotter. There are sort of more bugs around. That does seem to put some visitors off. But I love it. The bush is just transformed by the rain. The wildlife is a lot less stressed. And you have the chances of seeing many, many plains species with new calves, lambs, foals, species that breed in the wet season. And, of course, you have the benefit of seeing a lot more of the small stuff. And if that interests you at all, wildflowers, butterflies, all of the reptiles that we don't see really at all through the drier months. So yeah, I would say if you're thinking about it, pull the trigger, go for it. Yeah, safaris in the summer are the very best. I love it. As the saying goes, the only constant in the universe is change, and that is certainly true of the natural world. With sort of the Earth's orbit constantly shifting, and the weather constantly transitioning, and we're always experiencing a move towards something different. And in truth, kind of every shade of this environment that is brought on by a new season is kind of more spectacular than the last. If you're at all interested in photography, there are sort of beautiful elements of every season. In many ways, it's nice when the bush dies back because you can sort of see deeper, and animals are more likely to be hanging around the water. But then it shifts back to sort of greenery, and everything is lush and beautiful as well in a different way. Alrighty, well, speaking of a slightly greener location, let's head over to Nkoro Lodge in the northern Sabi Sands to check out some activity around the water there. Very nice. So in true Sabi Sand fashion, a large breeding herd of elephants, unfortunately just finishing up. Now that they've come down to this beautiful grassy plains area in the northern Sabi Sands to have a bit of a drink. Murphy's Law. Kids and animals just can't work to a plan. At least we have the benefit of spinning this camera a little bit more, but quite unobligingly, they're heading off behind that big tree. Big group of ellies. And again, you can see that much of the Lowveld has had quite a bit more rain than some of the drier reaches. Okakoyo certainly, and even to a lesser degree, Madikwe, still looking very, very dry. But a pretty windy, overcast, challenging morning for many of the species out there. A challenging afternoon. Cool. Well, in the absence of our elephant visitors here at Nkoro, I think let's head up to Oldonyo in southern Kenya to see what's happening around Kilimanjaro. Ha ha! Brilliant. A small group of Patterson's eland, as well as a few Maasai giraffe, holding things together for us. That's awesome. We have on occasion been seeing sort of one or two of these eland, but I've got at least 3 here, possibly more. A very pregnant cow by the looks of it in the center of the screen. This is one of my favorite locations. I love coming here. It's interesting, I mentioned that these are Patterson's eland, so they're quite different to the Cape eland we might see in some parts of South Africa, and truly very different to the Derby's eland, the Lord Derby's eland that we see elsewhere. And they were actually named, these Patterson's eland, after Colonel John Henry Patterson. Any of you that might be familiar with that movie, classic movie, The Ghost and the Darkness, the story of the man-eaters of Savo, Colonel John Henry Patterson was sort of the one who told that story. He was the one that ended up sorting out that situation with those man-eating lions eating all of the workers on that Savo railway. So yeah, a historic connection there. Yeah, these guys are pretty distinctive. They've got a darker hide than that Cape eland, the eland we see in South Africa. And the stripes, which you can see kind of on that cow's big shoulder there, are a bit reduced. Only sort of very, very slight. These are the heaviest antelope in Africa, with some of the bulls reaching almost a ton. They are massive things. And still pretty staggeringly, even at a ton in weight, they can still jump almost 6-7 foot into the air from a standing sort of position. Totally covered in oxpeckers too, giving her a good once over. Alana, I wouldn't say every single part, but certainly something like the impala is probably one of the most prolific antelope species in Africa. They occur almost everywhere. We do have vast stretches of this continent, though, that are covered by deserts like the Namib and the Sahara, in which not much life at all lives. And the proper central Namib and central Sahara deserts. Yeah, I would say my best assumption would be something like an impala. Very, very widespread. And there's certainly reckoned to be over about 350,000 impala, certainly in the eastern regions of South Africa. And you find them through Mozambique, Malawi, and Namibia, and much further north, up into East Africa as well. So, these eland are such regal things. I love them. Now, the bulls develop a tuft of hair between their horns. Now, I think this one closest to the lens is a male, but he's a juvenile. So, yeah, a fully mature 1-ton bull gets this sort of tuft of hair. It looks like this army-style buzz cut. Sort of a jarhead type thing. And anyway, when he's trying to attract the attention of a female, he will paw at the ground. He deposits probably a litre or so of urine in the scrape, and then he turns around and actually dips that hair into it. And now that might seem a bit off-putting, but essentially that urine is full of his testosterone. It's very musky smelling, and that allows him to sort of carry around a very, very strong amount of his own scent. A recipe for success with the females, a bit like applying a few sprays of Hugo Boss cologne, and the ladies do seem to like it. But yeah, thank goodness we don't date that way.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
But yeah, anyway, enough about Eland. A beautiful scene with these elephants, a nice breeding herd, crossing here in front of Nkoro Lodge in the Sabi Sands. So Nkoro is up in the north. It's relatively close to Djuma. Obviously, where so much of the WildEarth live safari activity is happening. It really is a magic part of the world. Doesn't look like these ellies are keen to stick around though, but at least we are getting a second look at them. And wonderful to see them out in that open savanna. many of these cows taking the opportunity now to feed on a bit of a bounty of fresh shoots. There's lots of forbs, herbs like wild jasmine, things like wild basil, which are very palatable, and of course a bit of a bumper crop of fresh grass. The good times are certainly on their way. And especially from the perspective of something like an elephant that needs to consume literally hundreds of kilos of vegetation each day in order to sort of maintain its body weight, maintain its condition. And this is a much nicer time of the year. They just don't have to walk as far to meet their daily needs. And that leaves a lot more time for other happy elephant activities, like wallowing and interacting with one another. I've just had another question sent in to me via text. Lenny has asked, can a hyena get tuberculosis? Apparently there's a hyena that shows up at Old Donyo during the day, drinks lots of water and looks quite poorly. So Lenny, certainly spotted hyenas can get TB, and we do see it in the greater Kruger Park. Although I believe many of our carnivore species are starting to show signs of a bit more resistance to the tuberculosis that was doing so much damage to the lions just 10 or 12 years ago in the greater Kruger. So the fact that it is coming through and drinking water, I would say, is probably not necessarily an indication that it might be sort of full of TB. Yeah, but I'd have to see it. Certainly, they do start to look very, very, very scruffy towards the end of their lives. Yeah, perhaps if it happens again, maybe a screenshot, a picture, and post it to Twitter or something like that, and we can chat about it again. Yeah, it's interesting. Tuberculosis was brought into the greater Kruger area, unfortunately, yet again, by the activity of humans. So cattle were brought from India, Brahman cattle, sometime in the 20th century, so the early 1900s somewhere. And unfortunately, in those days, there wasn't much veterinary testing and that sort of thing done. Truth be told, the science and our understanding of the workings of disease just really wasn't there. So anyway, these cattle were brought out fairly indiscriminately on ships, brought all the way out to South Africa, carrying TB, which unfortunately very rapidly spread to many of our herbivore species, most notoriously the Cape buffalo. It devastated buffalo populations initially. Thankfully, buffalo gradually built up a resistance, as they do, but the lions feeding on those buffalo, and as a result, hyenas, jackals, and many other things connected, as well as other herbivores, started to get very, very, very sick. And many of them dying as a result. Though chatting to one of the state vets, it does seem that our predator species have started to build a resistance. So they can carry the TB and unfortunately spread the TB, but thankfully it doesn't seem to be killing them. which is great news. There was a worry at a stage that it was going to rip through our lion population like wildfire and just completely destroy it. There also, unfortunately, isn't a whole lot you can do about it. Once an animal is very, very sick with it, the treatment is so invasive and it involves that animal being put in captivity. For a wild animal, that is just not a practical thing. The feeling is that the stress would kill an animal like that. Can't just take something that's lived its life, its entire adult life in the wild, and put it in a cage and subject it to pretty invasive medical procedures. But yeah, an interesting line of chat there. Sure, it is looking very, very gusty and windy here at Coral. I'm very thankful to be indoors today, here in Nelspruit, my home, which is not all that far from Nkoro, probably 160 or 170 k's, 100 miles. Yeah, it's looking pretty similar. Chilly, windy, definitely a day to be indoors drinking something warm. Alrighty, well, speaking of scavengers and carcasses and things like that, I think perhaps time to check back in at Tau, see what's happening around that wildebeest carcass. And we are in luck. So back at Tau Lodge in Madikwe in South Africa's northwest, we have a side-striped jackal filling up his belly on the remains of a large male wildebeest. Bottom right hand of the screen, you may not have even seen it, there is a large Nile crocodile. So two pretty impressive carnivores in one frame. I wonder if through the night these crocs haven't had a go at this carcass as well. It's a bit challenging for a crocodile. They are ectotherms, so in layman's terms, cold-blooded animals. They need to use the energy from the sun in order to regulate their own body temperature. And in the absence of warm weather, they're sort of in power-saving mode. They really can't get up to too much activity at all. They just don't have the energy. But they do have a very strong sense of smell, and they're quite happy to walk reasonably long distances on land to investigate something dead. I've certainly had crocodiles while I've been guiding in other parts. They leave the water and steal kills from lions and leopards and all sorts of things. So they're very opportunistic. But yeah, this side-striped jackal really tucking in there. He's got a nice full belly already. I'm sure this is the one we had with Amy in the first segment of Live at the Waterhole this afternoon, or rather this morning. And once again, a totally different species to the one we just saw at Okakoyo in Namibia. That was a side-striped jackal, or rather, that was a black-backed jackal. This is the much larger side-striped. So biologically, they're pretty similar. They're both little canids, little sort of fox-like or coyote-like animals. The side-striped is quite a bit bigger. Unfortunately, both species of jackal are largely treated and felt to be a vermin species across much of South and Southern Africa. I think that comes from the problems that they cause in agricultural areas. They are particularly keen on feasting on domestic sheep. in a very, very big way when the sheep are lambing. The jackals will come in and attack the ewes when they're a bit incapacitated. But as a result, they're killed in pretty vast numbers. So it's nice that many of these wilderness areas exist as a bit of a haven for the jackal. And it's interesting. You can see it from the farmer's perspective. I can understand the farmers wanting to protect their livestock. You can imagine if something was coming into your bank account and gradually emptying it, you'd be pretty angry about that as well, and certainly wanting to stop it. But the farmers will go out and shoot these jackals in quite high numbers. But an element of jackal biology that is perhaps not that well known in some of those circles is that jackals regulate their breeding based on the amount of other jackal calls they hear in the night air. So a farmer goes out, shoots 50 jackals in a single evening in his sheep paddocks, leaving the area pretty much completely silent. The few jackals that are still there instantly realize that there's a gap in the environment and ramp up their breeding activity. So instead of just having one litter of 3 pups that year, they breed 3 times.
This immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course and you will receive 500 Rand off whether you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
I can't remember exactly what the delay on the camera is here, but maybe we can kind of check out that crocodile a bit. I did see he started to move somewhat. I can see the tip of his tail, so I think he's stopped again. Yeah, I think the delay is pretty pronounced. But such is life. That's all good. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, this jackal really going to town on that carcass. Tadiwa in our mission control has told me she has panned, so it's just going to take some time. But yeah, that jackal stripping out all the edible meat within that wildebeest's really formidable hide. And thankfully our crocodile not really going anywhere. Yeah, it's not much of a distance for him to travel to go and have a chomp on that wildebeest if he hasn't already. So maybe if there's any chance of Madikwe warming up, which I have my doubts, he'll get the chance. So that is a reasonably sized Nile crocodile. He's probably 3.5 meters, 10 foot, something like that. Certainly not one of Africa's biggest. I personally have seen individuals in excess of 5.5, 6 meters, 18 feet long, weighing up to a metric ton. And that is the heaviest reptile in Africa. Not the longest. It is out-competed for the title of the longest reptile in Africa by the southern African python, which can get close to 7 meters long. Not quite as heavy, but quite a bit longer. But yeah, these crocodiles really are quite formidable things. On a day like today, though, with very, very cool conditions, you don't expect to see too much activity out of a croc at all. Still, though, you wouldn't want to walk up and stroke him on the face. That would probably really ruin your day. Marisol, absolutely. That is the exact reason he's out of the water. You've hit the nail on the head. So the water is just simply too cold. Looks like our jackal slinking off there. Yeah, if you think the air temperature is probably only in the very high teens, you can expect that water to probably be 10 degrees cooler. So it's a far more energy efficient behavior for him just to relax on land. Oh, beautiful big kudu bull coming in. That is so nice. The crocodilians are pretty amazing reptiles, and I say crocodilians because there's various members of that family. In Africa we have the crocodiles. In America you get alligators and crocodiles. Parts of South America you get caimans. Parts of Asia, more crocodiles and things like gharial. If you've never seen a gharial, that's worth a Google. Very, very unusual looking sort of fish specialist crocodile. But all members of that greater crocodilian family have, quite uniquely to reptiles, a 4-chambered heart. Most reptiles just have 2. And perhaps more importantly, the frontal lobe to the brain. Most other reptiles, with the exception of the varanids, members of the monitor lizard family, have very, very primitive brains. Simple little instinctive brains. But crocodiles and varanids, those monitors, have the potential to be quite cunning. And they're reckoned to have abilities for forward planning and pretty advanced strategy, which I think is a little bit frightening. It's certainly one of the factors that's led to the crocodile being one of the most successful hunters in Africa and one of the biggest killers of humans of all of Africa's animals. The issue is also compounded with many very impoverished people in Africa not having access to running water in their homes. And that encourages people to set up homes and villages quite close to rivers and dams in Africa. And people end up at the water's edge, bathing, washing clothes, washing pots. And inevitably, a crocodile will probably not be too far away. All it takes is one little slip, crocodile grabs you by your leg, and it's all over. And the advice, if you are ever bitten by a crocodile, is to poke it in its eyes, or if possible, to reach your arm into its throat and break the seal of its gullar flap. They have a flap of tissue in the back of their mouth that allows them to sort of bite and crush without swallowing water. So anyway, the advice, put your fist sort of down in there, break that seal, and the crocodile will swallow water. It's got to let you go to get up to the surface, and you could get away. That is the theory anyway. I don't know how coordinated you would be getting spun over and over by a 1-ton crocodile in deep, dirty water. Gives me shivers. Probably my worst nightmare, I think. Yeah, he's doing a bit of moving. That croc has got his head up. I wonder if he won't eventually catch the scent of that carcass and wander over. Looking very sluggish though. A very old kudu bull in the background there. You can see his horns are sort of blunted. He's lost a bit of physical condition. Not looking quite as muscular as some of the bulls we see. You can certainly see his hips protruding. Quite a big abscess on his left side, that big swollen thing.
Are you scared of the dark? Bats? Spiders? Hold on to your broomsticks because this spooky season, we are keeping it real with our Halloween fireside chat. Join us as we get dressed up and debunk myths behind some of our seemingly scary safari friends. Catch the thrills and chills this Halloween. Bugs and Hisses. WildEarth.
Bulls come and go as sort of mating is available. Yeah, they spend much of their time in either bachelor groups or roaming around on their own. And when the breeding season does happen, they rut, they fight for dominance, they pack on an enormous amount of muscle. Oh, bit of a spoonbill there. And then they will actively seek out kudu cows, mate, and then they break away again. Absolutely no paternal responsibilities there. I mentioned that I find these crocodiles quite frightening. I've got a very soft spot for all reptiles, and the crocodile certainly fits into that. I think I've got a pretty healthy respect for all of the wildlife we deal with, but to some degree, a pretty strong fear for a crocodile, certainly in its own habitat. Being in deep water in Africa with crocodiles is probably the last place on earth I'd actually want to be. We are just so out of our element, and they are so in theirs. A croc gripping hold of you in water, it's just probably not going to end well for you. And 9 out of 10 times, I think the croc is going to win. Such good swimmers, they're able to hold their breath for so long, you are just not going to win. I mentioned in an earlier show that I spent some time last year as a conservation pilot in Mozambique, flying a little bush plane. And part of my conservation patrol up there was a few kilometers of lake shore on Lake Masanjir. And that lake has got one of the densest populations of large Nile crocodiles, being fed by the Olifants River in the Kruger National Park in Africa. Yeah, I always had my heart in my mouth for a couple of minutes there, crossing quite deep stretches of water. Should the plane's engine stop, that is not a place you want to go swimming. But they are certainly very, very, very impressive reptiles, apex predators. With a surprisingly sensitive side when it comes to raising their young, at least from the mums. They nest up on land, so a female croc will walk a short distance from the water's edge, usually on a nice sandy bank. She'll dig probably 60 centimeters into the soil, and then deposit anywhere between 10 and possibly, if she's very, very big, as many as about 80 eggs, which incubate for 60 to 90 days. They're temperature sex dependent, so higher temperatures produce males, cooler temperatures produce females. And when those eggs start to hatch, the babies emit a little call to tell the mom that they're ready. She'll emerge from the water where she's been standing by, protecting the nest nearby for a couple of months. She'll head right up, dig the nest up very, very gently, and then she actually carries the babies down to the water in her mouth. With jaws that can crush the spine of a zebra, they're also gentle enough to sort of carry those babies down to the water. It's pretty amazing. And she even has the ability to hear the calls of babies that have yet to hatch, that are still in their eggs, and she'll actually assist them. So she scoops the eggs into her mouth, rolls them very gently against her palate with her tongue. She'll break the shells, set those babies free, and once again carry them down to the water and let them go. And then her parental responsibility doesn't even end there. She'll look after those youngsters, carrying them on her back, defending them from water birds, which are probably some of their biggest threats when they initially hatch, for weeks at a time. They're very, very good mums. but still, survival rates of hatchling Nile crocodiles are notoriously low. Maybe as low as 1% of crocs will survive the first year. Essentially, they only hatch out at about a foot long, maybe a little bit less, 20 or 25 centimeters. So they're tiny things. And they are literally eaten by fish, eaten by birds. Something like a jackal would quite happily munch one. Yeah, it takes them an awful long time to put on size. They only grow about 3 foot in the first year, at which time they're finally strong enough to avoid sort of most of the danger. But then, in that same breath, crocs are quite cannibalistic. So, so an adult crocodile might still try and eat them. It's a minefield out there. I've just had another question sent through to me via text there. It's from Zet this time. Hi there, Zet. Hope you're doing well. You have asked, how do crocs, I don't know if I understand this completely, how do crocodiles, I'm thinking you meant to hear about a carcass being quite far from the water. So, Zet, if I've understood your question correctly there, the big sense for crocs is going to be their sense of smell. So they are quite able to smell meat even at a distance from water, a couple of 100 meters. And they'll take a walk, often even interacting with lions, trying to pinch a big leg or something like that, which they'll break off and then drag back to the water. I had a scene in the Sabi Sand where a crocodile attempted to steal a kill from a leopard and then subsequently had the kill stolen from it by a pack of wild dogs, all in the western sector of the Sabi Sand. And a couple of 100 meters from the water, so pretty bizarre. But yeah, they are highly opportunistic, as many successful carnivores are, and quite happy to steal just as much as they kill for themselves. Something that is true of things like the lion, and certainly the leopard as well. And they also have a remarkable digestive system, some of the strongest digestive juices known to man. And the product that comes out of a crocodile's back end is reckoned to be pretty much void of DNA. So bone, hair, skin, hooves, it's all just completely dissolved. And they're able to feast on the most revolting, rotten, maggoty, stinky meat you can imagine. Pied crow coming in for a bit of a nibble at that carcass as well. Again, they're a bird species that lives almost exclusively on carrion, part of nature's clean-up crew. So while they may be seen occasionally as quite a negative species, they're in conjunction with things like vultures, the jackals, the hyenas, they're responsible for keeping the bush largely free of disease. So we need them. Rema, there certainly must be. Um, Diseases like the avian flu are famously bad for birds. Again, I think that's something that has existed in nature sort of as long as birds have. But with the invention of sort of factory farming style practices in our human societies, keeping poultry like ducks, chickens, turkeys, etc., in huge numbers, in tens of thousands, often in very, very close proximity. Diseases like that have kind of gained traction, increased in prevalence and increased in seriousness, because of course those can be passed on to us as well. But yeah, certainly there are diseases that birds can swap to one another. Though vultures, crows, that sort of thing are notoriously tough. They have evolved over hundreds of thousands of years to operate in environments that are just filthy, full of bacteria, and they don't get sick. But again, make that circumstance unnatural, force birds to live together in their millions, and all sorts of nasty things start to come about.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
And still, in spite of very chilly conditions, the drive to come down and have a drink is still strong. They're probably less keen to splash and wallow and that sort of thing with it being so cold and so windy, but they're still very thirsty. These bulls have still got to drink between 100 and 200 liters of water at a time, probably twice a day. Oh, a bit of boisterous behavior there. This big boy with the folded ear seems to want the lion's share of the water coming out of the outlet pipe. And there in the bank. And are not keen to share it with his slightly smaller companion here. But there's more than enough to go around. So if he just lets the bigger guy finish up, he'll have his go. The chap on the left looks like he's actually broken his left tusk off, and that is perhaps a testament to his personality. He's possibly quite aggressive with other elephants. Yeah, it can be an indication, the sort of level of wear and tear, the amount of breaks and chips to the actual personality of a male elephant, in particular when he goes through a must cycle. A must cycle being a period in which his testosterone is naturally very, very elevated. So if you do ever see a bull with tusks almost all the way to the ground, fully formed, that can often be an indication of a very, very gentle elephant bull, very tolerant. The fact that he's got through countless must cycles without breaking tusks, an indication of a nice, relaxed bull. Bush Barbie, that is a very, very good question. And thanks for taking the time to send it in. Nice to have you on board with us. So yeah, obviously we have seen a whole lot of cooling elephant behavior here around the waterholes in recent shows, with big herds coming in to splash and to drink and all of that. I don't personally think that Ellies battle too much with the cold. Their skin is certainly sensitive, but across much of their body it is pretty thick. Certainly a lot of that stuff on their sides and their back is well over an inch thick. You'll also notice fairly minimal movement of their ears on these cool, overcast days, in contrast to on very hot days when those ears just flap constantly. Now we know that the backside of the ear has a vast network of blood vessels through which the elephant's entire supply of blood, for a big bull that can be well over 200 liters, passes in just 20 minutes. So certainly on a very hot day, flapping of those ears, trapping of a pocket of air behind them, forces kind of a cooling effect. So simply not flapping those ears on a chilly day helps to retain a lot of that heat. We will also see Ellies when it is very, very windy and very cool indeed, heading into thickets and just kind of hanging around quite close together. I'm sure sharing body heat rather. Whoa. Got a little bit of a fright there, I think. Don't know what caught his eye. Interestingly, their eyesight is probably only about as good as ours at close distances. They're fairly short-sighted, so they don't really see movement and detail over great distances like we do. But in contrast, their sense of smell is the greatest on land. So of any land animal that science is aware, and the elephant has the strongest nose. Many, many, many times stronger than the finest sniffing dog. They are the winner. But I guess having a nose that long, you'd expect a pretty good sense of smell. Certainly they're reckoned to be able to smell rain falling at 100 miles or so. and that'll encourage elephant movement over pretty vast distances. Ellie's quite literally pursuing the rain and the grazing that'll follow. There was a park in Zimbabwe, the country that I'm from. It's the country to the northeast of Madikwe, that was actually looking at trying to run anti-poaching operations on elephant back. So they had a number of habituated elephants, I think from an ex-elephant back safari operation, something that isn't really being done anymore, thankfully. And they were getting these ellies to sort of track poachers with a ranger on the back. I think there's some nice apt justice there. I don't think it really took off, but it was a cool idea. And not that anybody out there should be riding elephants. They're not really built for it, and they certainly don't enjoy it. Zoe, they certainly do. As some of our largest animal species, they're probably one of the most likely animals to be struck by lightning. Certainly the elephant and giraffe. I actually viewed a scene close to Orpen Gate in South Africa's Kruger National Park only a year and a half ago, where a big elephant bull had taken shelter under a massive marula tree during a lightning storm, or a thunderstorm rather. And this tree was unfortunately struck by lightning, and this bull was killed instantly as a result. But yeah, obviously pretty tragic. It's a really unfortunate way to lose a big, healthy elephant. But it attracted plenty of scavengers, so very little of it went to waste. Had lots of hyena, jackal, lions, and obviously hundreds of vultures coming in to clean it up. But it happened in the middle of the tar road, so the Kruger actually had to get sort of a big tractor to come in, get this bull out of the way, and stop open up the flow of traffic again. So yeah, to answer your question, it certainly does happen. It's not super regular. It's not something we see sort of every wet season, but it does happen. Thankfully, with a direct hit like that, whatever 10 billion volts of electrical energy, I don't think he even realized it. And there would be minimal suffering. Sure, big boys. That chap on the left is a beast. Quite possibly a 7-tonner. Standing 12 foot tall at that towering shoulder. Definitely quite a bit bigger than the chap on the right. But it's all relative. That guy on the right is probably 6 tons. Yeah, again, not much interest in doing too much splashing around here. I reckon these bulls are possibly going to head off. But we'll see what happens. They definitely seem pretty alert by something. Maybe we can do some panning around. I wonder if there isn't something else here. We do see quite a bit of predator movement out on safari on days like today. In the absence of those baking midday temperatures, you can see things like lion and leopard walking around, even through the height of the day.
Eco Training's professional field guide course can make your dreams a reality. This comprehensive program comprises 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush with highly qualified instructors in multiple locations. Enroll today and receive 5,000 Rand off using the promo code. If you've just finished school or tertiary education and you want to head into the wild, Eco Training's professional field guide course is for you.
Also got some sort of swift or swallow darting past the lens there occasionally. I don't know, they might even be nesting in whatever housing this camera is in, or under whatever platform this camera is built on. And off they go. Collecting enough food to sustain an immense 6 or 7 ton body is a full-time job for an elephant. These bulls have got to collect close to 1/4 ton of food each every day, around 500 pounds, and it'll take 18 to 20 hours a day of work to do so, possibly even a little bit more at this time of year with things being so dry. So best they get cracking. But yeah, check out those grey, fairly ominous, overcast skies there. I believe the forecast for Madikwe is possibly a little bit of drizzle into the evening. It's certainly been very, very wet here in Mpumalanga, another province a little bit further south and east, where I am. Madikwe certainly looks like it needs the water. It's looking very dry. No sign of anything like lion or leopard coming down to the water. So perhaps that bull was put off just by a bit of wind or something. Yeah, you can certainly see that wind gusting up from the south. See the ripples on the water there. It's a mighty challenging day for anybody who's actually out on safari in person today. Yeah, I hope all of the naturalists and the cam-ups on the sunset safari are wrapped up nice and warm, hopefully with flasks of hot coffee. It's a position I've been in a lot of times, so I can empathize. It's fine if it's windy, you just don't want to be cold and wet. So hopefully the drizzle holds off for that sunset safari today. Todd, I think I sort of heard your question there. I think you've asked which animal is sort of most tolerant to extreme weather. I guess it all depends kind of where you actually are. If you were to put something like an elephant in polar conditions, it obviously wouldn't do very, very well. But in the same way, if you put a polar bear in the African savannah, it would battle. So I guess most wildlife are pretty adept to survival in kind of the locations that they're actually from, built for sort of dealing with natural difficulties. Essentially, many of these species have had hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years to prepare. And by prepare, I mean they've evolved over those sort of time frames. But I think in this environment, some of the hardiest survivors are probably something like the Nile crocodile. Again, we know those crocs can go easily 12 months to 2 years without a single drink of water or a bite of food. If real hardship comes, if there's a drought where no rain falls at all, and there are no pools, no fish for them to eat, they will simply tunnel into the bank of one of these dams. They go deep, probably 5-6 meters down, turn themselves around in a nice cool spot, and basically just start to shut down their body. Their heart rate drops to about 6 beats per minute, and they basically die for 2 years. It's incredible. The closest thing to suspended animation that virtually any living thing on Earth can achieve. and then the good times are bound to return once more. It usually doesn't take more than about 2 sort of full cycles of the seasons for a drought cycle to break, and then the crocs emerge and start again. It's possibly one of the things that has given the croc the ability to survive the last 500 million years on this planet without changing its body too much. They've quite literally survived some of the apocalypses that have wiped out things like the dinosaurs. Totally mind-boggling. But a great question. Thanks, Todd. But yeah, things are certainly looking a little quiet here at Jamala. I wonder if perhaps we couldn't hop back over to one of our other feeds and yeah, see what else is happening. Again, we're just not getting a lot of traffic around these waterholes on such a cool, overcast day. And the big factor driving animals to spend a lot of time around the water is the heat. And the temperature is low here today, high teens at the very most. Yeah, once you've spent quite a bit of time on safari, though, you start to see the value even in the quiet days. It's not necessarily always action-packed all the time. It can be very, very difficult as a naturalist or a guide. You're obviously under a lot of pressure, and very often people have spent vast sums of money to come out to these locations and stay at sort of the more luxurious lodges. So when you are working with a very limited time frame, people are not very patient. But when you understand the way this environment works, you know that you can't sort of put any pressure on it. It's just not the way it works. Some days are very busy, some days are more calm, but there's always life out there. And there's immense value in even just being out in nature. It's nice just to be out there. I think that's probably one of the reasons I am kind of moving away from spending lots of time on those kind of commercial safaris I see more value in nature than just kind of charging around after the big impressive species all the time. It's nice to look at the bigger picture, and I value my time out there. It's awesome just to be in the bush. Cool. Well, a first for me, I think we're going to be heading over to Shalati in the Kruger National Park to have a look at the feed there. Cool. Well, as I say, very much a first for me. This is the feed coming from the Kruger Shalati Lodge, quite close to the rest camp of Skukuza, on the magnificent Sabi River, which, as you can see, has a very healthy population of hippopotamus. This little pod just enjoying the shallow water here. I think you can actually see raindrops falling there, so it's a pretty wet day down in the sort of central southern regions of the Kruger. This is pretty close to where I live, so very, very similar to what I'm dealing with, though I'm obviously warm and indoors. You'll also notice that the water is pretty shallow there. That hippo, even with its very short legs, is standing up. And truth be told, they're not particularly buoyant at all. They actually run along the bottom. So they prefer shallow water. This Sabi River has an absolutely mammoth population of hippos. Hundreds of them, many, many, many dozens of pods make their home here. The majority of their activity is actually conducted after the sun sets. One of their biggest enemies, the African sun, and their skin is notoriously susceptible to damage by prolonged exposure to the sun's rays. So as a result, they stick to the water during the daylight hours, and when the sun sets, they head up onto land and graze. Apologies there, I think we're perhaps having a slight issue with this Kruger Shalati feed. Let's just sort of see what happens. Again, I think perhaps a reality of the weather at the moment. But that is all. Our apologies for that. A little bit of a technical difficulty there. I'm not 100% sure what the issue is, possibly weather related, but we do seem to be back live. And up in Okakoyo in Namibia, very close to world famous Etosha National Park, things are looking quite a bit calmer than when we were here earlier. And just minutes ago, there were hundreds of sort of zebra, wildebeest, springbok, oryx. But yeah, it's all gone quite calm. This has been sort of the time of the afternoon where we have been seeing the desert-adapted ellies quite regularly on basically every afternoon show. But yeah, for the moment, it doesn't seem like they're around. But we'll keep an eye out for them and see what happens.
Welcome to Destination Safari's WildEarth travel show that showcases safari lodges. On today's episode, we are exploring Amakala's Bush Lodge. This is a luxury 5-star bush tented camp. Luxury suites look onto an open wildlife watering hole.
It keeps the wildlife safe from us, and to some degree us safe from the animals. So yeah, I'm all for it. Protect these areas quite intensively so that the wildlife is still here when we are all dead and gone. Now the hippo is a bit of an exception to that rule because of their reliance on water. They're found in pretty much all of Africa's deeper rivers, and certainly even in the Crocodile River that flows through the town that I live in Nelspruit. I say a town, it's a city. I think there's a couple of 100,000 people that live here. We still get hippos coming through town from time to time, which are obviously a very dangerous thing, because when that hippo does go wandering, it's inevitably going to bump into people at some stage. And hippos have the potential to do pretty severe damage. So yeah, best to give them a very, very wide berth indeed. Cool. Well, I think time now to check back in at Tower Lodge in the Madikwe Game Reserve back in South Africa, where I think there's a little more activity. And activity there certainly is. There's still very cloudy and windy conditions here. But our spoonbill, that very white bird with the long skinny legs, let's see why he's called the spoonbill. That extremely spoon-shaped beak. A black-winged stilt to his left and to his right, and an Egyptian goose in the foreground. It also looks like a red-knobbed coot. It's a bit tough to tell at this distance. But yeah, there is life out there. And life very much goes on for things like the birds. Their metabolism still depends on pretty regular meals. They've got to find fish and insects and crustaceans and things to eat, even on these very chilly days. I like these spoonbills. I think they're one of my favorite bird species. But off he goes as soon as I've said that. I know there's a bit of a delay on the camera, but I wonder if we can see if that crocodile is still around, or perhaps even if there's any activity on that wildebeest. Oh, a couple of zebra coming in. Yeah, I'm surprised that many of these herbivore species are not put off by the presence of that dead wildebeest kind of off to the right there somewhere. Usually with sort of the smell of death and certainly the scent of predators around, it makes a lot of the herbivores quite nervous. Perhaps the fact that the wind is swirling, my goodness, yeah, lots of zebra and wildebeest. One wildebeest, and our croc's still there. Yeah, perhaps with the swirling wind, that scent is not being carried over as clearly. And many of these herbivores are just not aware. Yeah, a couple more wildebeest coming down. More zebs. But certainly a much quieter day in terms of elephant activity. Oh, there's another crocodile. Check how dark this individual has gone. They've got photosensitive skin cells. So skin cells that are very sensitive to the amount of light that is available. And that has a direct effect on their ability to either absorb or reflect light and heat. So a croc that is very cold will go quite dark. You'll notice this guy is almost black in color. He's very, very chilly. As his body warms up, if the sun did pop out, which I don't think it's going to do today, his skin will go a beautiful sort of rich yellow color. As he gets right to sort of the upper limit of what he can handle in terms of temperature, he'll start to gape. He'll open his mouth. And then when it gets completely unmanageable, they slither back into the water. And then they can continue hunting with recharged batteries. As I say, though, battery completely flat today. It's very chilly. And that is an effect that most reptiles will be battling with out there today. Now he's not completely helpless sat up there. If something came along that was maybe quite interested in trying to eat him, something like a pride of lions, he could quite happily muster the energy to make a quick bolt down to the water. In drought conditions where crocs are forced to walk quite far distances away from water to try and find a new place to live, they are very vulnerable. And lions will kill them. And not necessarily an easy kill to make, particularly a big croc. But if it is a bit worn down, a bit low on energy, it doesn't have the benefit of heading to the safety of water. Lions will chomp them. It involves biting the crocodile kind of on the section of the spine behind the head, chewing it up there, paralyzing it, and basically just starting to eat it while it's still alive. Not super nice for the croc, I'm sure. But yeah, crocs are absolutely jam-packed full of fatty meat, which is sometimes eaten by people as well. Crocs are quite extensively farmed in Africa. I don't know, the meat is pretty fishy to me. Not something I particularly enjoy, though I guess different strokes for different folks. So yeah, in about the next 60 or 90 seconds, I think we're going to be wrapping up the show for the afternoon. Of course, the WildEarth Sunset Safari is going ahead, so feel free to jump on board and join that. There's more wildlife activity out there in store. And of course, Live at the Waterhole will be back with you live tomorrow morning after the regular installment of the Sunrise Safari. But yeah, from myself, naturalist Liam Burrow, and all of the directors, Tsulu a little bit earlier, Tadiwa now, and we'd like to say a huge thank you for joining us, and thanks for bearing with us through some tech difficulties. It has, as always, been an adventure. Time spent in nature always has value. So yeah, I hope wherever you are out there in your various corners of the globe, you have some access to nature today. Get out there, get outside, look around, listen to the birds. It's good for you. But thanks very much. Enjoy your day, and hope to see you soon.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.